evening, and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is a gentle place where we learn while slowly drifting towards sleep. Here, calm and thoughtful stories carry quiet knowledge and guide the mind toward rest without effort or hurry. Before we begin, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight, and what time it is for you right now. Whether you are wrapped in warm blankets as the night grows deeper, or are watching the sky soften with the first light of early morning, you are very welcome here. Tonight, we travel to the edge of the Mediterranean, to a city built for ideas and for power, a place where a lighthouse guided ships through the dark, and a library once dreamed of gathering the entire world. This is the quiet story of Alexandria, of kings who believed knowledge could rule an empire, and scholars who measured the earth, mapped the stars, and learned how to organize human thought itself. We will gently meet the thinkers who walked its shaded halls, scribes who copied words by lamplight, and translators who carried stories across languages and centuries. We will see how scrolls arrived by ship, how ideas crossed paths in whispered conversation, and how time, politics, and belief slowly pressed against these fragile walls. This is not a story of a single fire or a single ending, but a story of memory, of care, and of how knowledge moves on home, even when buildings fall. As you listen, allow your shoulders to relax and your breathing to slow. There's nothing you need to remember, and nothing you need to understand perfectly. Simply let the story drift past you, like moonlight across still water, or the distant glow of a lighthouse fading into the night. If you enjoy these slow and thoughtful journeys, you are always welcome to like this video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this calm little space grow and helps others find a peaceful place to rest. Now settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, gentle breath in and softly let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and the noise of the day to fade into the distance. Leave behind whatever no longer needs your attention and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now, we begin our journey into the quiet, enduring story of the Library of Alexandria and the memory it left behind. Our story begins on a slender ribbon of land, cradled between the Mediterranean and the waters of Lake Merotis, where a Macedonian king once drew a soft outline in barley meal, while a flock of birds carried his dreams into the sky. In the spring of the year 331 before the Common Era, Alexander chose this Egyptian shore to trace the veins of a new city with white flour, an omen interpreted by the wise as a sign of future prosperity, where the sea would feed the city and the city would nourish the sea. This choice of location was a bridge between romantic vision and a sharp practical sense, looking west toward the safety of deep anchorages and south toward a lake that could be tethered to the Nile by silver threads of canals. These waterways provided a direct path to the golden grain fields of the Delta and the ancient river roads of Inner Africa, while to the east and north, the islands and reefs stood ready to be shaped into protective walls against the waves. A city born here could gaze simultaneously toward the Aegean and the Red Sea, speaking the languages of Greece and Egypt in a single breath. Alexander called upon Dinocrates of Rhodes, a master of form whose name lives on through fragments of history, to lay out a grid of order with broad avenues and a royal quarter of elegance. The main artery, known as the Canopic Way, stretched from east to west for several kilometers as a colonnaded axis wide enough for the heavy march of armies and the graceful flow of processions. The ground plan married the rigid discipline of classical Greece with the soft realities of a flat and windswept shore, dividing the harbor into two separate basins for commerce and the navy. A great causeway named the Heptastadion was built to bind the city to the island of Pharos, reaching 7 stadia in length and redirecting the currents to create inner waters so calm that merchants could unload their treasures all through the year. On Pharos itself, within a few generations, a lighthouse would rise of such immense height and clarity that sailors would adopt its very name to describe the concept of a beacon. Built of limestone and granite by Sostratus of Cnidus, its summit held a fire whose golden glow was lifted toward the horizon by mirrors of polished metal, becoming one of the greatest works of humankind. Alexander did not live to see the stones of his city rise toward the sun, passing away in Babylon in the year 323 before the Common Era, as his generals divided the world among themselves. His body became a sacred prize, seized on the road by Ptolemy, a capable companion who brought the conqueror to Egypt and laid him to rest in a tomb called the Soma. Standing in the royal quarter for centuries, this mausoleum invited visitors to gaze upon the embalmed king, an act of possession that was a masterpiece of political stagecraft. By keeping the king in Alexandria, Ptolemy claimed the right to stand within the long shadow of his commander, eventually taking the royal name and adding the title of savior. He made Alexandria his capital and began the slow work of building a state, securing the delta with silent patrols and fortifying the eastern frontiers, while making peace with those who came to trade. Ptolemy maintained a delicate balance with the ancient priests of Egypt, appearing in the temples along the Nile in the timeless style of a pharaoh, offering incense to the gods. Yet in the courts of Alexandria, he walked as a Macedonian king, ruling over a mosaic of Greeks and Egyptians, Jews and Phoenicians, and a constant stream of travelers from across the Mediterranean. A city of many tongues required a shared story and a dependable coin, so he minted stable silver and gold to pay his soldiers and reward those who settled on these shores. The economy of the Ptolemies rested on the rhythmic heartbeat of the Nile, where each year the floods turned silt into bread and the delta into a ledger of abundance. Alexandria sat at the mouth of this great wealth as the counting house of the sea, with granaries rising near the lake and warehouses lining the harbors. Tall houses recorded the endless flow of pepper and ivory, papyrus and glass, timber from the Levant and the wine and oil of the Aegean, as the revenues of the world enriched the crown. The tides of the sea brought more than just goods. They brought a tapestry of people who shaped the soul of the city, craftsmen and doctors, scribes and philosophers, and those who traded in coin settled into districts that mirrored the warmth of their faraway homelands. In the quarter known as Rhocotis, the ancient bones of an Egyptian village rested quietly beneath the new and orderly grid of the streets. Another part of the city grew around the sanctuary of a new and composite god, a divine figure designed to weave different cultures into a single golden thread. This policy of fusion was both careful and imaginative, as Ptolemy encouraged a faith that blended the strength of the bull god Apis with the mystery of Osiris. The god was named Serapis, and he appeared in statues as a bearded and monumental figure, seated with a basket of grain upon his head, as an eternal promise of plenty. This cult spoke in a language understood by both the humble farmer and the city citizen, offering a temple hill known as the Serapeum, where rituals and teachings knitted the old world of Egypt to the new heart of Alexandria. This was not merely religion. It was the art of administration through the power of myth, providing a shared calendar and festivals where the elite could meet under a roof that felt both native and Hellenic. To rule a world that was a true cosmopolis, the Ptolemies realized they needed the power of knowledge as much as the strength of the sword. They required accurate surveys of the delta to manage the taxes and the life-giving irrigation, star charts to guide their great fleets across the dark waters, and doctors to heal the armies and the people. They sought mathematicians to measure the earth and engineers to build the sky. And from these practical needs grew an ambition that touched the stars. The royal court began to imagine a house that would hold all the learning of the world, guided by an exiled Athenian statesman named Demetrius. He advised the king on a cultural path that championed the voices of poets and philosophers, arguing that a ruler who owned the texts of the past could surely shape the direction of the future. Soon the royal quarter was filled with shaded walks and quiet lecture halls, and dining rooms where scholars could eat at the expense of the state. This community of the mind became known as the Museum, the sacred shrine of the muses. And beside it rose the vast storerooms that the world would come to call simply the library. Before the shelves could be filled with wisdom, the city had to create the very tools of a book culture. Papyrus cutters along the banks of the Nile harvested the tall reeds, splitting the pith into thin strips and pressing them into polished sheets to be sold by the roll. Scribes practiced the art of a rapid and elegant hand, while ink makers mixed the soot of fire with the gum of trees. Carpenters crafted cylindrical boxes for the safekeeping of the word, and catalogers designed labels to be tied to the ends of the rolls, so that titles remained visible even when the scrolls were tucked into their cubbies. The entire physical memory of humanity began to take a tangible form within these walls. In the bustling harbor, inspectors searched the cargoes of every arriving ship for books, copying what they found and recording every new arrival as a state treasure. This was an enterprise of the state that treated texts like precious jewels and vital instruments of power. A grammar of Homer could sharpen the minds of bureaucrats, while a manual of medicine could keep a garrison safe through the heat of a summer fever. A treatise on geometry could train the surveyors who would carve the canals with precision, saving every precious grain of the harvest. From the vantage point of the water, the story of this city was told to every traveler long before they touched the shore, as the lighthouse on Pharos signaled their approach like a guiding star in the night. In this thriving ecosystem of knowledge, the crown provided every necessity for the mind and the body, granting scholars the rare freedom of life without taxes or civic burdens. Stewards tended to the kitchens while gardeners nurtured the shade of vines, and silent water clocks stood in the hallways to mark the rhythmic flow of lectures and debates. The rules of the Museum transformed the community into a small city of the intellect, where residents dined together and placed their work under the sacred protection of the gods. Alongside this living academy, the library grew through a relentless habit of seeking out every written word in existence, as agents with heavy purses traveled to distant markets to buy the collections of the past. Even the ships that entered the harbor were searched for scrolls, which were taken to be copied by official scribes, while the originals remained as permanent treasures of the state. To support this immense hunger for the written word, a whole economy of craftsmanship flourished along the banks of the Nile. Papyrus cutters harvested the reeds to create polished sheets of the finest grade, while ink makers mixed soot and gum to create colors that would never fade. Scribes fabricated reed pens that could be sharpened many times, working in clean rooms with rulers and compasses beside the soft glow of olive oil lamps. As the collection grew into a mountain of texts, finding a single voice became a challenge that required a new kind of invention. Callimachus of Cyrene created a vast catalog known as the Ptolemaic, a map of knowledge that organized the world's literature by author, subject, and form. This catalog provided short biographies in first lines, acting as a guide that allowed a scholar to navigate the maze of scrolls with speed and precision. The librarians who governed this vast archive became influential figures of the state, dedicating their lives to the preservation of truth. Zenodotus of Ephesus worked with a deep patience to create corrected editions of the great poems of Homer, marking every variation and suspect line for future generations. Eratosthenes later brought a mathematician's sense of order to the study of geography, while others refined the art of criticism until the very name of the city became a symbol of scholarly perfection. These masters could distinguish a true verse from a false one at a glance, ensuring that the memory of civilization was held in the most capable and disciplined hands. Under the gentle guidance of Philadelphus, the library embraced the ambitious task of translation, weaving different faiths into a shared language. The most enduring of these works was the Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, a project that allowed ancient traditions to be preserved by making them understood by all. This great endeavor affirmed the vision of Alexandria as a sacred meeting place, where the wisdom of one people could become a gift to the world. The crown pursued the written word with a hunger that knew no bounds, sometimes keeping original Athenian masterpieces and treating the lost deposits as a small price for owning the most authoritative voices in existence. Agin searched every corner of the earth for the private libraries of the great thinkers, while rival cities like Pergamum rose to challenge Alexandria's glory with their own vast collections of parchment. To house this growing sea of knowledge, a second sanctuary was created within the walls of the Serapeum, known as the daughter library to the greater store. Within this temple district, students walked among columns that smelled of incense, learning that sacred mysteries and secular truths were not enemies, but two parts of a single story. The daily life of the Musian was a rhythm of practical labor and grand ideas, where new arrivals mastered the art of the scribe and the precise rules of citation. Mornings were dedicated to the study of logic and grammar, while afternoons were spent in the slow and beautiful work of research and collation. Common tables at dinner became the fertile ground where conversation turned simple rumors into great lines of inquiry, fueled by news brought by visitors from distant shores. The scholars never forgot the grace of their royal patrons, for the Ptolemies knew that to govern the library was to govern the very future of the human mind. In a world where papyrus is fragile and time is a slow thief, they understood that the only way to save a word was to multiply it 1,000 times over. The copyists of Alexandria worked on a scale never before attempted, ensuring that when the shadows of fire and war eventually fell, other copies would live on in other cities. The dream of holding every book in a single place was an impossible one. Yet the practice of sharing these texts created a vast network that seeded the entire Mediterranean with knowledge. Though the exact numbers are lost to time, the collection grew into hundreds of thousands of scrolls, each one a heartbeat of civilization preserved for the ages. The numbers and the figures matter far less than the enduring pattern they created, for with every purchase and every cargo inspected, the shelves became a vast survey of all human thought from Egypt and Greece and the lands beyond. There were works from Ionia on the secrets of natural philosophy and treatises from Sicily on the language of mathematics, standing beside histories from the mainland and travel accounts from those who followed caravans across Syria. Alexandria did not only copy the words of the past, it compared and corrected and catalogued them until knowledge became a tool that was both accurate and findable. In this very act lay the deepest reason why the Musian mattered, for the Ptolemies had taken a simple sandbank and a fishing village and turned it into a cradle for navigators and doctors, poets and engineers. They created a magnificent stage where every subject could be argued and improved, proving that a state could be strong simply because it was learned. At its height, the Musian was not a silent hall, but a living machine for ideas, where the porters hauling papyrus from the docks worked in the same great organism as the mathematician tracing a proof in the shade of a colonnade. Mathematics set the tempo for this era of discovery, as Euclid taught within these walls, and gave the world his elements, a carefully graded ladder of axioms and theorems that could withstand any test of time. He did not invent geometry, but instead domesticated it, teaching students to think in steady steps, and to accept that rigor is a form of true economy. In the same generation, Apollonius of Perga arrived to write his works on conics, leaving behind a vocabulary of ellipses and parabolas and hyperbolas that engineers still speak today. In a city that guided great fleets by the reflected light of the Pharos, the science of focus and reflection was far more than a theory. It was a vital and practical art. Eratosthenes of Cyrene represents the Alexandrian ideal at the height of its power, serving as a librarian and geographer who calculated the size of the earth with a clean and beautiful audacity. He knew that in a distant city to the south, the midday sun at the summer solstice cast no shadow at the bottom of a deep well, while in Alexandria, at the very same moment, a shadow was still cast. By measuring the angle of that shadow and multiplying the distance between the two cities, he arrived at a circumference within a few percent of our modern measurement. He drew the first world maps with parallels and meridians, and created a method for identifying prime numbers that still bears his name today. Astronomy, too, reached through the air of Alexandria, where thinkers like Aristarchus of Samos argued that the earth moves around the sun, and that the stars are far more distant than we can imagine. The fact that such bold views could be debated shows the intellectual weather of the city, where the mind was free to wander as far as the stars themselves. Conon of Samos walked the halls of Alexandria, exchanging deep mathematical problems with Archimedes of Syracuse, in a friendship that produced the beauty of the Archimedean spiral and a calendar of eclipses for the sacred year. Hipparchus later mined the vast observations preserved by Alexandrian watchers, comparing them with ancient Babylonian records, to reveal the slow wobble of the earth known as the precession of the equinoxes. Natural philosophy was embodied not only in manuscripts, but in breathing machines, as Ctesibius, the son of a barber, turned air and water into obedient servants with his regulating floats and piston pumps. He wrote on the power of pneumatics, inspiring a century of tinkerers to think in terms of seals and siphons and the hidden strength of pressure. A century later, Hero of Alexandria gathered these mechanical arts into handbooks that describe doors opening by the heat of an altar fire and theatrical automata driven by falling weights. He created a steam-powered spear that spun on its pivots, an amusement and a proof of concept that trained craftsmen to understand the complex language of valves and feedback loops. Medicine was bolder in Alexandria than in any city before it, where thinkers like Herophilus and Erasistratus opened the human body to describe the wonders they saw within. Herophilus distinguished the sensory nerves from those of motion, and traced their path to the spinal cord, naming the duodenum and describing the ventricles of the brain with a cold and steady precision. Erasistratus described the delicate valves of the heart, arguing with a modern clarity that it worked as a pump rather than a source of heat, and he spoke of the brain as the true seat of the mind. The medical school that grew around them combined this anatomy with an interest in diet and environment, providing life-saving knowledge in a delta where fevers rose with the flooding of the Nile. Language itself became a craft of the highest order, as Zenodotus and his successors developed a suite of critical signs to master a library full of varying texts. The obolus marked a suspect verse, and the asterisk signaled a duplicate, allowing them to compare dozens of copies of Homer and set the poems in a form that would be read for 2,000 years. Dionysius Thrax, a student of this rigorous tradition, wrote the first surviving manual of Greek grammar, dividing language into parts of speech that could be taught from Spain to the Indus Valley. History and ethnography were never neglected, as the priest Manetho organized the long river of Egyptian kings into the dynasties we still study today, synchronizing their reigns with the cycles of the moon and sun. Demosthenes, an admiral and a geographer, wrote on the character of the winds and provided coastal guides that pilots could trust as they navigated the shifting currents of the ancient world. The Musion welcomed those who gathered the wisdom of proverbs, catalogued the victors of ancient games, and carefully compiled the long chronologies of theaters and festivals. This habit of list-making was never trivial, for in a world without the printing press, a list served as a navigational chart through a vast ocean of handwritten rolls. Literature flourished deeply in the shadow of such scholarship, as Callimachus wrote epigrams that glittered with his learning, arguing that a short and perfected poem held more grace than a long and wandering one. Theocritus shaped the gentle pastoral genre, with scenes of the countryside that only a city dweller could imagine, while Apollonius of Rhodes wrote the Argonautica in a style that fused the ancient epic with courtly expectation. These were poets who dined with librarians and argued with them in the cool evenings, and the interplay between creation and criticism gave the city a voice that was uniquely its own. Even their quarrels became a part of the legacy, as when Callimachus and Apollonius exchanged needling lines about what kind of poetry truly deserved a crown. The work of translation at Alexandria widened the very horizon of entire civilizations, most notably with the Greek version of the Hebrew scriptures, known as the Septuagint. This landmark project created a shared Mediterranean public, allowing congregations across the Greek-speaking world to read sacred history in the language of daily commerce and philosophy. It gave Greek readers a window into Hebrew law and poetry, while providing a vocabulary for future thinkers that would eventually shape the course of theology and art. Other translation projects moved in many different directions, as Egyptian medical and ritual texts entered into Greek compilations, and Mesopotamian treatises on arithmetic were edited and sent back into circulation, with the names of Alexandrian scholars upon their covers. The administration that supported this work thought of more than just prestige, for the crown required accurate calendars for tax collection and reliable star tables to steer its convoys through the night. The Musion returned every royal investment with a steady flow of applied knowledge that kept the empire of grain moving with precision. Surveyors trained in the methods of Euclid placed new canals and measured out the fields after the Nile receded, while shipwrights learned to build hulls with curves that Archimedes himself would have recognized. Physicians who studied the works of Herophilus reduced the mortality of soldiers and dock workers, proving that the lighthouse was not the only instrument keeping the city alive. Famous visitors like Archimedes amplified the reputation of the place, maintaining a long correspondence from Syracuse and sending packets of papyrus filled with his problems on geometry and the nature of floating bodies. Strabo came later and found the Musion still a sanctuary for study even as royal support began to thin, while travelers carried away the revolutionary idea that a state could centralize curiosity for the benefit of all. The librarians and their colleagues also invented the professional habits that endure in our own time, teaching the world to cite its sources and to date events by multiple chronologies. They kept working bibliographies and revised them whenever a better copy of a scroll arrived, recording the first lines of every roll so that a text could be identified even if its title had been lost to time. They taught their students to distrust smooth stories and to ask exactly how a manuscript had reached the table, turning the art of criticism into a civic virtue. It is easy to look back with sentiment at such a great library, but the Alexandrians themselves were practical and proud people. They loved the beauty of order, and they loved the fire of a good argument, building a home for the mind that would never be forgotten. They believed that words could be improved, and that numbers could speak the truth about a world many preferred to explain by myth alone. Their city gave them a magnificent stage on which to demonstrate that a state could be built on evidence and proof, creating a method that would endure even when the buildings fell and the scrolls turned back to dust. Morning in Alexandria began with the gentle rattle of carts along the canopic way, while the harbor crane swung slowly over basins that mirrored the pale light of the dawn. Within the ordered calm of the royal quarter, where the marble stayed cool beneath the shade of porticos and fig trees, the Musion woke like a sanctuary of inquiry. Servants trimmed the wicks of oil lamps and refilled inkwells with a careful hand, while a steward struck a bronze bell to mark the start of the day's lectures. Jolas gathered for their first meals to discuss the practical news of the city, debating the readings of ancient tragedies or the growth of seedlings in the botanic gardens. The Musion was a living compound of connected walkways, where dining rooms led to lecture courts and copying chambers, sat beside an observatory with a roof for measuring the stars. There were gardens kept for the study of nature, where physicians grew healing herbs and natural philosophers observed the breeding of eels during the flooding of the Nile. An enclosure held gazelles and imported monkeys, a small menagerie that allowed for the silent comparison of bone and muscle between the species of the earth. A path led uphill toward the Serpium, where the daughter library offered lofty views over the roofs and the bustling harbor below. The work of the day truly began with the arrival of new texts, as royal policy made the librarians partners of the harbor officials in a search for wisdom. When a ship reached the quay, its cargo was inspected for books as thoroughly as it was searched for copper and wine. The law was blunt, for any book found on board was taken to the copy rooms to be recorded and returned only as a duplicate on clean papyrus. The originals remained forever in Alexandria, and though owners might grumble, they accepted the exchange when they saw the exquisite quality of the new copies. Inside the copy rooms, the air smelled of resin and lamp oil, where tables were set at a height to spare the backs of the tireless scribes. Papyrus sheets were joined into long bands and rolled around wooden cores, with scribes writing along the smooth grain to ensure the words would last. A trained reader would speak the text in a measured voice while several hands wrote together, each on his own roll to create a chorus of new manuscript. The reader paused at every ambiguous word to consult other examples in the collection, ensuring that the ear would not mislead the eye. Short marks were placed above the lines to note the accents and the breathings, a habit that helped the reader navigate the sea of ink. At the end of every roll, the scribe wrote a subscription that gave the title and the author, often counting the lines to ensure that no part of the human memory was lost in the transition. The freshly finished roll was dusted with a light powder of chalk to protect the ink from smearing, then bound with a linen cord and fitted with a hanging label so that its name would be visible to any reader searching the high pigeonholes of the shelves. Order was the sacred second labor of every morning, guided by the vast maps of the Ptolemaics which the assistants learned as if they were memorizing the streets of a beloved city. Within these catalogs, poetry and drama and medicine and the stars were divided into clear paths, listing every author and the first lines of their works to ensure no voice was ever truly lost. A scholar seeking a particular scroll would speak to the guardian of the rolls, who sent runners along the colonnades to fetch the items, or offered a selection of similar works if the scholar sought a subject rather than a specific name. This system transformed a confusing maze of ink into a clear and walkable street plan for the mind. Meals at the common tables were far more than a simple respite, serving as offices where different minds could weave their knowledge together. A physician might dine with an astronomer and find that a question about the stars could help solve a mystery of the human eye, while a master of language provided the precise words a doctor needed to describe the shape of a bone. The head of the Musion presided over these gatherings with the quiet authority of a priest, keeping the peace during heated disputes and deciding which grand projects deserved the support of the royal treasury. Respect was shown through habits of honor, as scholars rose for their royal patrons and offered chairs of grace to visiting thinkers from far-off lands. Instruction filled the air of the late morning as masters took up the rolls of Homer to show their students how a poem must be dissected with the care given to a living creature. They examined every differing line and explained the ancient dialects, giving reasons why one word should be preferred over another in the search for truth. In the nearby courts, a geometer used rope and pegs to mark out proofs in the sand, while a physician used models of wax and wood to explain the rhythmic pumping of the heart. A philosopher might gather a circle beneath a shaded arbor to test the ancient dialogues of Plato against the modern practices of the Alexandrian courts, sharing the belief that all knowledge must be examined in the light of the public. The afternoons belonged to the deep and quiet labor of the soul, where scholars sat with their rolls on stands and used narrow knives to gently examine the layers of papyrus fibers. Because the ancient script ran together without spaces, the editor's eye had to be trained to find the hidden boundaries of words, marking the divisions with faint dots or small hooks. Where different copies of a text disagreed, the scholar recorded both readings in the margin and wrote a brief note on which version seemed more ancient and pure. They used a language of signs where a small mark could signal a suspect verse and a pointer in the margin could call a reader to attention, ensuring these were not merely ornaments but vital tools of the mind. These small markings were the gentle beginnings of an ethics of citation, a legacy that would endure across many alphabets and through the turning of the centuries. The Musion had its sacred rituals, but also its restless quarrels, as poets debated the grace of short verses against the grandeur of the epic. Mathematicians argued over the purity of their proofs and whether a diagram must be drawn to a perfect scale, while physicians took sides between the cold truths of anatomy and the ancient balance of the humors. These disputes were rarely personal within the sanctuary walls, for the rules of the community protected the flow of debate, and the gravity of shared work kept tempers in their steady courses. On the rare occasions when decorum was broken, or words turned towards sedition, the head of the community or the king himself might intervene, but most lived in the quiet harmony of a common purpose. The Serapeum gave the life of study another form, its high steps rising far above the noise of the streets, into a precinct of its own, orderly peace. Priests tended the cult of Serapis with the sweetness of incense and the sound of music, while in the adjoining halls, students read the wisdom of Aristotle and Zeno. The dotted library kept its precious rolls in cases lined with cedar to discourage the hunger of pests, opening its great doors in the morning to catch the cool air before the midday heat arrived. In the soft glow of the evening, the halls filled once more with readers who sought the last light of the sun before the oil lamps were lit for the night. The combination of the temple and the library created an atmosphere both sacred and practical, leaving visitors with the lingering scent of cedar and papyrus that they would remember for the rest of their lives. Daily life in Alexandria included a quiet and unglamorous attention to the art of preservation, for insects loved the taste of starch, and mold loved the damp breath of the sea. Librarians rotated the rolls with a steady hand, so that none sat too long in a dark corner, brushing the shelves with cedar oil as a shield against the world. Every roll was inspected for frayed edges and retipped with fresh papyrus when necessary, ensuring that works stretching across 20 sheets remained easy for two hands to handle. Longer works were divided into numbered books, so that a reader always knew which part of the story they held in their grasp. Nothing was discarded without a careful record, and if a text grew weary from many readers, a new copy was ordered to ensure the light of that wisdom never flickered out. Evenings brought the community together once more as public recitals drew the citizens into the sacred precinct to hear the songs of poets and the accounts of historians. A physician might describe the patterns of disease seen during the flooding of the Nile, suggesting a schedule for clinics that would serve the people of the Delta. The Musion was not a cloister cut off from the world, but rather the beating mind of the city, speaking directly to the streets that provided its lifeblood. The presence of the crown was felt in the steady delivery of coin and grain, as the palace steward managed the stipends that allowed the scholars to focus on their work. When a new edition of Homer was required, or a new armillary sphere was needed to measure the stars, the royal treasury opened its doors to provide the silver and the bronze. When the physicians proposed a theater for the study of anatomy, masons appeared with stone and plans to build a space where knowledge could be displayed with dignity. In this way, the city and its library grew together in a partnership of stone and thought, creating a sanctuary that would define the very meaning of civilization. The Ptolemies were not seekers of democracy, but patrons of the highest order who expected gratitude in forms they could display to every visiting dignitary. They received elegant dedications in the front of new books, and watched demonstrations of magnificent machines that obeyed their commands with a quiet precision. The city beyond the sanctuary walls deeply influenced the curriculum of the mind, for Alexandria was the counting house of the Mediterranean. The need for reliable measures and honest accounts shaped the way arithmetic was taught, using counters and boards to solve problems taken directly from the bustling docks and markets. A student learned to compute the volumes of grain in warehouses with irregular walls, and to estimate the losses of cargo in transit during the violent storms of the sea. They learned to check the purity of the mint by weighing samples of coin, turning mathematics into a vital civic instrument for the stability of the empire. Foreign voice gave the Musion a cosmopolitan tone that no single city could have provided on its own. Jewish scholars worked on their translations in rooms that smelled of papyrus and cedar, reading their Greek aloud to ensure the poetry survived the crossing from one tongue to another. Egyptian priests passed through the halls with scrolls of rituals and hymns, texts that were copied for the great collection with the same reverence given to the dramas of the Greeks. Merchants from Syria and sailors from Cyprus brought stories of distant harbors and lists of currents, while literate captains shared journals of their journeys across the deep. All of this material flowed into the steady hands of editors and catalogers, turning the library into a prism that refracted many traditions into a single comprehensible whole. Within this rhythm of work and talk, there were moments of great theater that stirred the heart of the community. The arrival of a new acquisition might cause a crowd to gather in the refectory, especially when the royal procurator brought bundles of scrolls from a celebrated philosopher, tied with wax seals. When the head librarian broke the seal and read the first lines, a hush would fall over the room, followed by a buzz of excitement as the treasures were recognized. The copyists cleared their tables and the catalogers brought out their tablets, the entire community shifting like a school of fish when a shadow moves across the sea to receive the new wisdom. There were also quiet scenes that revealed the true character of this home for the mind. A young scholar might apologize for a smear of soot on a roll of Thucydides, only to be shown by the guardian how to place a glass bowl behind his lamp to catch the smoke. A physician revising a treatise might thank a grammarian for finding the perfect word to describe a swelling, while the grammarian took notes on the nature of tendons for a lexicon he intended to write. These small courtesies passed back and forth until they accumulated into an atmosphere of mutual help and shared discovery. The calendar of the Musion followed both the gods and the shifting seasons, with festivals bringing pauses in the labor and giving the scholars a chance to present themselves to the city. On the day devoted to the Muses, there were processions with garlands and the public display of devices from the mechanical rooms. Children laughed as they tugged on cords that opened temple doors with hidden counterweights, while sailors marveled at small figures that lifted cups and poured wine using only the heat from a lamp to move the air. In the hot months, the work began and ended with the early sun, while in the cool months, the reading rooms glowed with light until the late hours of the night. The Musion educated far more than just the ivory tower scholars. for it was a cradle of practical competence that reached every corner of the empire. Boys who were destined to be clerks in the treasury learned to read accounts with a cold rigor, mastering a hand so steady it would remain legible 50 years into the future. Surveyors learned to translate lines on a map into the reality of the earth, while shipwrights studied tables of curvature to turn a set of numbers into a hull that could withstand the weight of the sea. Apprentices in medicine learned the names of bones from intricate models and practiced the art of listening to a pulse, counting the heart's beats against the rhythmic drip of a water clock. The city drew its strength from these precincts, harvesting both deep learning and the practical skills that kept the wheels of a civilization turning. The presence of women appears but rarely in the early records of the Museum, a reflection of the customs of that era rather than the true capacity of the mind. While later centuries would see circles of philosophy gather around gifted teachers like Hypatia, the early days were largely the domain of men who kept the rhythms of the community. This absence remains a part of the story, a reminder of a culture that built magnificent wonders while limiting the hands that were allowed to build them. From time to time, the library received gifts designed to impress, such as a celestial globe sent from a king in Asia, with inscriptions in a tongue few could decipher. A wealthy merchant once sent an ivory cabinet of such precision that its drawers would only open in the perfect humidity, and soon these spaces were filled with small rolls of glossaries and fragments that needed a home of their own. Above all else, life within the great library was a sacred discipline of attention, where scholars lived in the constant presence of 1,000 voices. They listened and compared, weighed and wrote, building the tools of order from catalog lists to editorial signs that all future generations would take for granted. They practiced the art of public testing, creating the very skeleton of what we now recognize as research, and ate at common tables because they knew knowledge only truly grows through conversation. They placed their heavy tables near the windows, for they understood that the light reflecting off the sea is a teacher of its own kind. They held a firm belief that a city could become strong by becoming learned, and that a library should be the beating heart of such a place. In the late hours of the night, when the harbor lamps flickered across the still water and the beam of the lighthouse licked the haze, a reader might sit alone with a roll of Herodotus. He would listen to the faint grind of the water clock, mark a line, and look up into the dark where the wind brought the scent of salt and pitch. Somewhere beyond the breakwater, a ship rolled gently in the waves, and a sailor told a story that would inevitably reach the copyist's table by the turn of the season. The city breathed through the quiet rooms of the museum, and the library breathed back into the city, in a rhythm as natural as the tide and as deliberate as the law. It made Alexandria exactly what it claimed to be, a sanctuary where the entire world could be read like an open book. The flowering of this golden age did not end with a single blow, but began to thin under the heavy pressure of court politics and regional wars. Economic shocks along the Nile, and a dynasty that had begun to devour its own talent, caused the light to flicker, and by the middle of the 2nd century, a stipend could vanish with a simple rumor. The political arc of the city began to bend, moving away from the era of prosperity toward a theater of family quarrels that became state policy. Ptolemy III, known as the benefactor, had once projected a magnificent confidence through public works, and the celebrated Canopus decree that honored both plenty and piety. His successors inherited a city that still glittered, and a countryside that continued to feed the Mediterranean. Yet the threads of royal authority were already beginning to fray. The long and troubled reign of Ptolemy VI was marked by civil war with his brother, a man called Physcon for his heavy body, and even a heavier hand. These brothers alternated power between the new halls of Alexandria and the ancient stones of Memphis, while sister queens named Cleopatra shifted their alliances in a pattern that confused even the eyes of their contemporaries. The dynasty that had once gazed calmly toward the horizon of the sea now spent its days staring into the fractured glass of its own mirrors. In this rising turbulence, the library and the museum were far more vulnerable than their marble courts suggested, for every scholar relied upon the shifting winds of royal favor. The man who controlled the priestly office supervising the museum held the power to make or unmake a career with a single word. When Ptolemy VII finally secured Alexandria, after years of bitter rivalry, he moved with a cold violence against those he feared, blaming the intellectual class for siding with his enemies. Ancient writers tell of a purge that cut through the lecture halls like a winter wind, forcing the great head librarian Aristarchus of Samothrace to resign and flee to a lonely exile on Cyprus. Other scholars took ship for the safety of Rhodes and Pergamum and Antioch, following the paths to smaller courts that still paid for learning, because prestige remained a currency of value. This great exodus changed the map of Mediterranean scholarship forever, as students who once flocked to the Canopic Way now followed their masters to safer harbors. Dionysius Thrax wrote the first systematic grammar to survive the ages, a short book that shaped the teaching of language for 2 millennia. Yet he taught its lessons in Rhodes rather than Alexandria. Pergamum strengthened its own circle of poets and librarians, establishing its own high standards for cataloging and the preservation of the past. The story that Pergamum turned to the use of parchment when the supply of papyrus grew scarce remains a parable of this restless moment, a reminder that methods of thought move with the people when courts behave like harsh weather. Alexandria paid a heavy price beyond its reputation, for the purge delivered a temporary quiet at the cost of the questioning minds that had given the city its rigor. The character of scholarship within the museum shifted from an age of bold discovery to an age of cautious commentary. The very word Alexandrian began to gather a second meaning, describing a way of reading that classified and cut, but rarely risked a new synthesis of the world. While these commentaries preserved the knowledge of the past and created tools for future generations, the perception of a cooling center was real enough for travelers to record in their journals. Court politics continued to spill into the dusty streets as factions followed factions and riots broke out in the heart of the city. Ancient reports speak of dark killings ordered at royal banquets and reprisals that filled the harbor with the sound of mourning. In the countryside, the 2nd century saw uprisings in Upper Egypt, where a rival king of Thebes claimed authority and minted his own coin. Tax revenues began to wobble, and whenever the Nile floods failed or disappointed the people, the city felt a sharp hunger in the rising price of bread. A state that is forced to choose between the payment of its soldiers and the support of its scholars will almost always choose the sword over the pen. Stipends for the museum were not always cut on paper, but they began to arrive late, or in grain of poor quality, or sometimes they failed to arrive at all. Amidst this slow erosion, royal decrees attempted to stitch the fabric of society back together, most notably with the Great Amnesty Decree of 118 before the Common Era. This decree offered pardons to those who had stood on the wrong side of the civil conflicts and sought to restore the predictability that had once made the rule of the Ptolemies feel like a fair bargain for the people. A calmer city might have welcomed its wandering scholars home, and a normal harvest might have refilled the treasuries that fed the mind. But external pressures now compounded the internal strain. The Seleucid king Antiochus IV had invaded the land of Egypt, only to be forced into a retreat when a Roman envoy drew a circle in the sand and demanded a decision before the king stepped out of it. This famous story captures a turning point in history, for Rome had shifted from a polite solicitor into a power that expected nothing less than total obedience. Alexandria could no longer ignore the new geometry of the Mediterranean, as Roman patrons and creditors appeared in the city with requests that were truly orders in disguise. The court learned that a letter from the Senate carried more weight than a promise from a temple, and the Musion entered a season of contraction. Even in this waning light, there were still moments of brilliance, such as the work of Didymus, a scholar whose endless productivity would later earn him a nickname for having guts of bronze. Exhaustive annotation took root, and the physicians continued to teach while the mathematicians refined their proofs against the coming dark. Astronomers continued to compare observations across the generations to save the phenomena of the stars from vanishing into the realm of myth. Yet the pride of place that once drew the brightest minds without effort had vanished, and the letters of recommendation sent to young scholars now carried a heavy caution. They were told to go to Alexandria if they must, but to keep their precious papers in a waterproof chest for a quick departure. The spaces of learning within the city began to adapt to the tension, and the Serapeum became more conspicuous as a sanctuary where philosophy and mathematics could be pursued with some insulation from the palace. Its priests were skilled at managing the delicate relationships between the court and the foreign communities that made the city so cosmopolitan. Students who found the royal quarter too heavy with politics could climb the hill to read under cedar beams that smelled of oil and incense, where the cohabitation of cult and study sheltered their thoughts from the gusts of the harbor. During this period, the administration of the library itself revealed the true tone of the age, as the post of head librarian was sometimes given to a loyal courtier rather than a man of learning. A name that should have belonged to a master of language sometimes belonged to a palace official, and though true scholars still held the keys from time to time, the pattern of compromise was clear to all who watched. The city that had invented the very professional standards for textual work now allowed those standards to fray within its own walls. Students learned a lesson as old as civilization itself, that excellence requires not only talent and training, but a shield of protection from fashion and from fear. The decline of royal patronage also touched the fragile ecology of preservation, for the rhythm of copying always slows when the stipends begin to shrink. The inspection of the shelves grew less frequent as the stewards left to seek better pay in the accounting houses of the city. Cedar oil became a luxury when the olive harvests failed, and the insects that hungered for the papyrus could not read the shrinking budgets of the state. The librarians did what they had always done in times of scarcity. They triaged their precious charge by commissioning fresh copies only of the authors everyone agreed must be saved. Lesser works were left to wait for a better year, and while the pine acres still gave a semblance of order, the lived map of the collection became spotty as some cupboards overflowed while others stood empty. The wider city mirrored this slow decay, for while the great houses still held dinner parties where poets read and mechanical birds sang, an undertone of calculation had settled over the merchants and the masters. The unspoken question could be read in every face at the harbor and in the markets, a wonder of how long the money would last and whether the Roman patience would hold. The answer depended on the temper of the king and the unpredictable flooding of the Nile. Yet the exile of the scholars did more than just scatter people. It scattered the very habits invented in those halls, carrying the editorial science and the art of the short biography to every corner of the Mediterranean. The method of the library survived better than the building itself, teaching us that the greatest legacy of such a place is the way it trains a reader to handle a text, rather than the number of shelves still standing. Even in adversity, visitors continued to arrive at the gates, bringing uncopied rolls from Athens or Babylonian tablets from Tyre to trade for a warehouse lease. A Jewish scholar might travel from the south simply to see the Greek scriptures he had heard of as a child, and the library received them all with the same quiet dignity. It recorded their provenance and set the items where they belonged, keeping faith with the idea that a great city must always keep the world it gathers. In the years following the purge, the Musion remained a school and a symbol, though it was no longer the lone center of the Republic of Letters. That republic now had many capitals, as the men who once argued in the royal quarter now taught their students in distant hill towns to weigh a line and to love clarity above all else. The disaster that history remembers as the first great wound to the library did not begin in the quiet of a reading room, but in the salt air of the harbor. In the autumn of 48, before the Common Era, Julius Caesar entered Alexandria with his legions, drawn into the bitter quarrel between Cleopatra and her brother. Egypt had become a client kingdom, and the debts of the Ptolemies to Rome were very real, leading Caesar to act as an arbitrator who intended to be paid for his presence. What he found was a court already in motion, where the advisors of the boy king had cultivated the city garrison and turned the populace against the Roman intruder. Cleopatra, forced from the beauty of the royal quarter, waited beyond the walls for the perfect moment to return and reclaim her destiny. The legendary story of the queen being smuggled into the palace hidden within a carpet remains a timeless symbol of audacity and charm. Yet for the fate of the great library, it was not the meeting that mattered, but the brutal siege that followed in its wake. Achillas marched upon the palace district with a force that far outnumbered Caesar's men, turning the carefully planned geometry of Alexandria into a map of blood and stone. Caesar took the only ground he could defend, securing the harbor basins and placing a garrison at the lighthouse on Pharos to guard the entrance to the sea. His immediate concern was the Egyptian fleet at anchor and the busy shipyards that could produce more vessels for his enemies, surrounded by the city on land and the vast sea behind him. Caesar chose a ruthless defense and ordered the ships along the quays to be put to the torch. Fire is an indiscriminate ally in a city of timber roofs and crowded warehouses, and the wind quickly carried the sparks toward the storehouses lining the docks. Ancient writers who loved the city later walked these scorched lanes and tried to imagine the wisdom that had vanished in the hours when oil burned and tar boiled upon the water. The numbers that remain are but fragments of memory, with Seneca citing Livy's account of 40,000 rolls, destroyed as the fire spread from the water to the warehouses. Plutarch wrote simply that the great library was burned, while Strabo noted years later that certain records used by the ancient mathematicians were no longer available for the soul to consult. Modern eyes still search for a floor plan, wondering if the main halls of the Museum were touched by the flames, or if the loss was limited to the teapots filled with captured cargo and duplicates. What remains certain is the character of the tragedy. A fire started as a tactic of war that consumed thousands of volumes that could never be replaced. The streets around the docks were built for commerce rather than for fire breaks, and the dark cubicles where the rolls were stored took a spark as easily as dry straw. The city fought the flames with bucket lines reaching to the basins and the desperate demolition of walls, eventually saving the palace district at a terrible price paid in books. The men who recorded this event used the somber tone reserved for earthquakes, a reflection on what happens when raw power meets the hand of chance. The siege itself remained harrowing, with Caesar sending his parties to hold the causeway and the lighthouse against the Alexandrian fleet. Street fighting flickered along the Heptastadion, and Caesar himself once had to leap into the waters to swim for his life when a sudden rush drove his men back from a bridge of boats. Only the arrival of reinforcements under Mithridates of Pergamum finally relieved the Roman position and brought a cold peace back to the city of the Muses. In the heat of the struggle, Pothinus was silenced forever, and Achillas met his end following a bitter quarrel among the Egyptian commanders. Cleopatra's sister, Arsinoe, briefly wore the diadem of power under the protection of a loyal garrison. Yet the final decision was carved by the sword near the canopic branch of the Nile. There, Caesar routed the Egyptian army and the young Ptolemy XIII vanished into the cold depths of the river when his heavy boat turned over in the confusion of retreat, in the aftermath of the storm. Caesar placed Cleopatra upon the throne and remained in the city to restore order, beginning an affair that would echo through the chambers of literature for 2,000 years. The harbor quarter still smoked with the memory of the flames when the palace resumed its rhythmic life, and though the library had been struck, it had not ceased to breathe. The strongest proof of its survival lies in the life of the city that followed, for within a single generation, Strabo walked the precincts and described the Museum as a living institution of common dining and scholarly pursuit. He did not speak as one writing a tombstone, but as one witnessing a flame that still held its warmth. There is another thread woven into this period, telling how Mark Antony gave to Cleopatra the entire contents of the Library of Pergamum as a royal gift of 200,000 volumes. This gesture fits the theater of Roman politics and Alexandrian need, for to transfer such a treasure was an act of love and a deliberate symbol of restoration. Whether the numbers are exact, or the story is a beautiful legend, it reveals what the world believed about the intention of the rulers who wanted the shelves full once more. They sought to prove to the world that the palace had repaired not only the broken walls and docks, but the very reputation of Alexandria as the keeper of the human word. Evidence for this recovery remains firm in the life of Didymus, the prodigy of annotation whose bronze guts allowed him to produce thousands of works in the final decades of the era. One cannot write at such a magnificent scale without a vast supply of books and a community of voices to argue with. The grammarians continued to teach, and the physicians made their rounds in the lecture courts, while astronomers found the records they needed to compare the stars across the ages. The Serapeum gained a new importance as a sanctuary of study, allowing the intellectual economy of the city to recover by adjusting its center of gravity away from the palace. Cleopatra understood that learning was a currency as powerful as gold in a world ruled by legions, and she patronized scholars who wrote of plants and perfumes and the mysteries of rare stones. Her court reminded the world that research in Alexandria always mixed the purity of curiosity with the strength of utility. The merchants and ship owners still relied on the library for the accurate measures and reliable recipes that kept the markets thriving. Yet the memory of the fire never truly left the city, and for generations to come, the scholars grieved for what was lost in a way that is hard for us to imagine in our age of endless copies. A unique role is a single heartbeat, for once it is gone, it cannot be recovered except by the rarest of chances. The librarians of the early Roman period worked under the heavy knowledge that a shelf once emptied might never be filled again, and this awareness sharpened their priorities with a new intensity. They invested their fading efforts in the authors who defined the very courses of human study, training the next generation in the habits of collation and citation that would soon travel far beyond the borders of Egypt. They continued to lend the city's prestige to great translation projects and to the steady improvement of texts that were already widely read, ensuring the flame of wisdom did not flicker out. As the century turned, the Roman presence in Alexandria grew from a shadow to a constant reality. Following the deaths of Caesar and then of Antony and Cleopatra, Egypt became a province, and the emperors understood that the city was both a political jewel and an economic necessity. They kept the lighthouse in repair and maintained the Heptastadion as both a causeway and an aqueduct, ensuring the harbors remained deep and safe for the world's commerce. They took a direct interest in the cultural institutions that gave Alexandria its identity, with Claudius sponsoring new works and learned Romans holding honorary places within the Museum. The age of Caesar and Cleopatra thus stands as both a crisis and a proof of the library's resilience. The fire was a real and grievous wound, Yet the city did not let the catastrophe harden into an ending, treating it instead as a call to rebuild. Using royal patronage and the magnetism that drew traders to this threshold between river and sea, the idea of a universal library returned to the rooms where copyists sharpened their reeds. When Octavian became Augustus, and Egypt was named a Roman province, Alexandria awoke to a new and stern arithmetic of power. The city was now the keystone of an imperial supply chain, where grain that began as silt along the Nile ended as bread for the poor in the streets of Rome. The annual voyage of the grain fleet became a political guarantee that tied the fortunes of Alexandria to the very seat of the emperors. Augustus placed the land under a prefect of the equestrian order, forbidding senators to enter without his permission, for Alexandria mattered too much to be left to the whims of ordinary politics. It was governed as a strategic asset, watched closely from the Palatine Hill, and expected to perform with the precision of a machine. The city met these expectations, maintaining the lighthouse and dredging the twin basins of the harbor to keep them navigable for the great ships. The canals linking the lake to the river were recouped so that barges from the delta could deliver their gold before the winds shifted. Wara houses that were once royal storehouses became part of the Annona, the vast system by which Rome fed itself, and scribes trained in Alexandrian rigor kept double ledgers to record every loss and every gain. Alexandria remained the counting house of the world, and under the eagle of Rome, the numbers grew larger than ever before. Culture continued to breathe, as the Musion remained a community of scholars who dined together and worked within the precincts. Yet the status of membership began to shift toward a new era. Honorary places were granted to imperial officials and to visiting dignitaries who were often more learned in the nuances of manners than in the depth of tech, where the Ptolemies had once paid to concentrate talent within a single campus. The Roman settlement favored a more dispersed civic literacy that flowed through many channels. Schools arose in the quarters near the Caesareum, and reading rooms belonged to the guilds and the wealthy houses of the city. The Serapeum on its hill continued, as a daughter library and a sanctuary for philosophy and mathematics in a setting that was both sacred and practical. A generation after Augustus, Alexandria produced one of the most influential scientific writers in all of history. Claudius Ptolemy worked within the city during the 2nd century, creating a great synthesis of astronomy that drew upon centuries of observation and Greek geometry. He relied on the tables that earlier Alexandrian observers had preserved, adding his own long watching of the sky to present a coherent model of the heavens. He wrote treatises on optics and geography, including a world map framed by a system of coordinates that would shape the way we see the Earth for centuries to come. That the name Ptolemy once belonged to kings, and now belonged to a scholar, is a measure of the city's transformation under the eagle of Rome. Political sovereignty had passed away, yet the intellectual authority of the city remained as strong as ever. Hero of Alexandria also belongs to this Roman period, gathering and extending the mechanical arts with his descriptions of siphons and water organs, his programmable automata, and the steam toy known as the Yelipol show, a technical culture that did not vanish with the fall of the dynasty. In the field of medicine, clinical teaching continued with a steady rhythm, and a century later Galen wrote with respect of the anatomical traditions he encountered in Egypt. Though human dissection was not what it had been in the earliest years, the habit of reasoned anatomy survived in the lecture halls. Models and animal dissections were used to present arguments about the seat of the mind and the functions of the beating heart. The book itself began to change during these centuries of Roman rule, as the papyrus roll was joined by the rising favor of the codex. Early Christian communities in Egypt adopted this new form for their scriptures and teachings, discovering that a stack of leaves sewn at the side could be opened to a specific place in an instant. Parchment did not yet supplant papyrus in Alexandria, but mixed libraries appeared where both forms rested side by side. Scribes and bookbinders adapted to these new structures, cutting wood or ivory for covers and laying on leather with decorative tooling. The city kept its old workshops and learned the skills of the new ones, as the emperors continued to use Alexandria as a symbol of their own power. Claudius made additions and repairs to the city's public buildings, and imperial names appeared on benefactions that touched the scholarly spaces alike. Members of noble Roman families held offices and received titles associated with the Musion, a sign that the institution remained a point of high honor. Yet this honor could turn tragic when the fires of politics and satire crossed paths in the streets. In the year 38 of the Common Era, ethnic violence erupted between the Greek citizenry and the ancient Jewish community. Houses were looted, and synagogues were attacked, as the Roman prefect Flaccus mishandled the crisis so badly that he was later arrested and executed. Philo of Alexandria, a Jewish philosopher steeped in the beauty of Greek thought, wrote passionate accounts of these dark days, reminding the world that even in a city of learning, the shadows of the human heart can still fall long and cold. His testimony reveals a city where the light of learning and the pulse of commerce thrived alongside bitter resentments, easily stirred by the voices of demagogues and the careless hand of authority. Vita shocks arrived with the Kitos War during the reign of Trajan, when unrest among Jewish communities flared into savage violence across the eastern Mediterranean. Alexandria suffered deep destruction that forced the rebuilding of entire quarters and civic amenities, only to face further tragedy when the Emperor Caracalla arrived some generations later. Angered by mocking verses and public insults, he ordered a massacre of the city's young men and the confiscation of properties, raising taxes and stripping away local privileges. These episodes were not merely political, they were vital to the story of the library, for cultural institutions do not float above the cities that hold them. When neighborhoods burn, those who care for the shelves and the catalogs must scatter, and when treasuries are squeezed, the stipends for the mind become a luxury the state can no longer afford. When fear governs the streets, the loudest voice is no longer the one seeking the truth of a poem's line. The character of the scholarly class began to shift away from the resident scholars of the Ptolemaic age toward a more dispersed network of teachers and officials. Under Rome, the honor of being the head librarian remained, yet the essential work was increasingly done in private schools and by officials with literary training who composed their manuals of administration. Wealthy families maintained their own house libraries and sponsored the copying of texts for friends and the civic good, moving the reality of knowledge further away from a single royal core. Alexandria also sat at a crossroads of faith during these centuries, a fact that would profoundly shape the fate of its books. The Serapeum continued to dominate its hill as an architectural marvel, and a school where the last generation of pagan philosophers would eventually gather. While the cult of Serapis signaled a continuity with the older civic identity, the streets below watched the rise of Christian congregations and bishops with growing influence. These new teachers read Homer and Plato, even as they argued for a new canon of scripture that would require its own scribes and binders and classrooms. The city that once prided itself on translating Hebrew into Greek now watched as the codex moved through its quarters with a seriousness that matched the old rituals of the Musion. The physical homes of learning changed as well, as subsidence and salt air and the slow hand of neglect began to undo the masonry of the past. Porticos needed their pillars replaced, and drains became clogged as the Roman administration funded repairs that served the needs of commerce before the desires of prestige. An extension to a library might be built in one reign and stripped for its stone in another when the funds ran short. Yet private donors stepped in to fill the gaps, with local benefactors endowing reading rooms near the docks and guilds of papyrus makers paying to roof the walkways. This civic religion of benefaction helped keep the spaces of the mind usable, and though the famous Pinicus of Ptolemaic were now a memory, new lists arose for the collections of the Caesareum and the daughter library at the Serapeum. Regional scholars who visited the city continued to keep working bibliographies for their specific subjects, comparing their lists with others in a practice that allowed the Alexandrian method to survive, even as the central map began to blur. It was a testament to the strength of the original invention that it could function as a dispersed practice, living across many rooms and many different cities, rather than just one. Fiscal policy left its own fingerprints on this scholarly life, for in stable years the prefect's office paid for the maintenance of the great institutions. But in years of crisis, the privileges were suspended and the coin was clipped. The 3rd century brought with it the long and heavy tremors that history calls the crisis of the empire, as rival emperors and invasions pressed upon every province. In Egypt, these effects were felt in the rising price of lamp oil for the reading rooms and the dwindling number of copyists the city could afford to employ. There is nothing inherently dramatic about a water clock that cannot be repaired because the bronze smith has been sent to forge spearheads. Yet such small losses explain how a famous campus begins to go quiet. The personalities who held titles in the Musion during this Roman period testify to its altered character, for they were often gentlemen of affairs like Tiberius Claudius Balbillus rather than the exacting critics of old. Honorary membership kept the ancient names alive, but it changed the expectations of the office, and the headship no longer guaranteed that the person in charge would be the finest editor in the Mediterranean. Yet even amidst this shift, learning did not die, and students continued to memorize Homer and study the parts of speech from manuals that owed everything to their Alexandrian predecessors. Astronomers continued to watch the sky, and geographers copied the sailing directions that guided ships across the deep, while natural philosophers wrote on the tides and the refraction of light near the horizon. The city remained a powerful magnet for travelers who wished to see the Pharos lighthouse and walk the precincts where scholars read beneath the shade of fig trees. A visitor in the 2nd century would have found a learned city that was still confident in its craft, even if its stipends were fewer and its central authority had begun to fade. 2 long shadows began to lengthen as the 3rd century advanced, one of them military as the empire's borders shuddered with rebellion. The other was religious, as Christian communities grew in number, and their bishops spoke with an increasing confidence that challenged the old balance between temple, court, and school. These shadows would eventually meet in a final act of fire and struggle, when the battles for imperial power and the fight for the religious soul of the city reached the quarters that once seemed immortal. The Roman centuries thus laid out the path to the ultimate crisis, proving that Alexandria could sustain a tradition of scholarship without a royal court, but also exposing the fragility of any institution that relies on steady money and civic peace. The Musion grew more honorary in its nature. The library became more distributed among the quarters, and the Serapeum grew more central as the final sanctuary for the teaching of the ancient ways. The city continued to read, to argue, and to write, yet the scaffolding that held this world together creaked in the restless wind. The end did not fall in a single night, but arrived in waves across generations, each one eating at the edges of a civic memory until only fragments remained. The first great shock came with the Palmyrene War in the year 270, when the Emperor Aurelian drove against Queen Zenobia to reclaim the grain lifeline of Rome. The fight for Alexandria was brutal, and ancient writers say that the Bruchium, the royal district where the old palace libraries stood, was devastated as fire followed steel. If any halls of the original royal library still functioned, they were caught in that storm, and the chroniclers speak with a spare and final vocabulary of a quarter laid waste. A generation later, Alexandria met another hammer, when Diocletian besieged the city to crush a revolt, cutting the canals and forcing a surrender after months of hunger. Stone was pulled from public walls to repair forts, and while these campaigns rarely list libraries as their victims, the pattern is clear. When the quarter housing the royal collections is repeatedly burned and pulled down, the cupboards of papyrus cannot survive the heat. Scholarship did not die with those walls, but shifted its center to the southwest hill, where the Serapeum stood, the temple that had long served as a second hive of study. In the later 3rd and 4th centuries, the Serapeum became the leading home of secular teaching, where Neoplatonic philosophers lectured and mathematicians trained pupils with models and diagrams. The precinct held a reputation for a calm that stood in sharp contrast to the troubles of the lower city, yet it could not remain apart from the new religious climate. By the reign of Theodosius I, imperial edicts ordered the closing of pagan temples, and the Patriarch Theophilus led a movement to clear the city of its old cults. In the year 391, the Serapeum became the stage where the change of age was acted out in violence. Crowds entered the precinct to topple the great statue of the god, bringing down roofs and walls with ropes and levers until the sanctuary was leveled. Eyewitnesses tell of the smashing of statues and the looting of treasures. And if the daughter library still held its rolls in cedar cupboards, they had no patron left to defend them. The hill no longer smelled of incense and oil. It smelled only of dust, and in the following years, the language of scholarship began to take on the color of theology. Christian schools grew in the lower city, and bishops sponsored charities. Yet there were still teachers who carried the exact habits of the old tradition into the light. The most famous of these was Hypatia, a mathematician and philosopher who taught in the early 5th century, the daughter of Theon, who had edited the texts of Ptolemy. She lectured on geometry and astronomy to young men of all faiths, pagan and Christian alike, standing as a bridge between the worlds. Her murder in 415 by a mob claiming to act in the name of piety shocked the empire, marking a moment where the old light of reason seemed to flicker in the dark. Her murder also served as a solemn epilogue for the public life of classical learning in Alexandria, a political tragedy born of city factions and the bitter struggle between a bishop and a prefect. Yet its echo in human memory attached itself to the story of the books, for people began to whisper that a way of thinking had been slain in the street along with her. The centuries that followed carried new rulers and new stories as Arab armies entered Egypt in the 7th century, making fuss at their capital and leaving the old precincts behind. A legend later claimed that these conquerors found an ancient library and fueled the furnaces of bathhouses with its rolls for months, yet no contemporary source records such a deed. By that time, the royal quarter had been erased, and the Serapeum had stood empty for 200 years, as what survived of the old collections had already traveled in copies to other cities and other tongues. The last blows to the great library therefore belong to Roman and late Roman times, falling under the wars of Aurelian, the siege of Diocletian, and the purges of Theophilus carried out under imperial law. We should pause here to see what was truly lost and what was saved from the shadows of time. Buildings fell and shelves burned, and the catalogs were broken into pieces to be repurposed as scrap. Yet the method of Alexandria had already taken root in distant soils. Editos in Pergamum and Rhodes used its critical signs, and scribes in Antioch and Byzantine scriptoria followed its disciplined habits. Translatos in Syria and the academies of the early Islamic world handled Greek science that had once been collated within the halls of Alexandria. The city taught the entire Mediterranean how to keep texts alive through multiplication and commentary, a lesson that survived even the ruin of the rooms where it was first learned. When a visitor in the 5th century climbed the hill where the Serapeum had once stood, he saw only a solitary column that we still call by the name of Pompey. The wind moved across the bare foundations while the view stretched out toward the eternal sea, where the lighthouse still burned at night and ships still crossed the harbor basins. But the institutional heart that had once gathered scholars to dine and to dispute was gone forever, as the life of the mind had simply changed its addresses. Long after the porticos cracked and the shelves collapsed, the library grew larger in the memory of humankind than it ever was in stone. The city's learned heart became a parable that different ages told to explain their own fears and hopes about the fragile nature of knowledge. Each generation chose a culprit who suited its lessons, with Roman moralists seeing a single tragic spark in the harbor fires of Julius Caesar. They imagined a commander who won a siege, but by accident unstitched the archive of civilization. Christian chroniclers placed the last act at the Serapeum, when a crowd cleared the hill to its foundations, while later writers repeated the tale of the bathhouse furnaces glowing with the fuel of a dead age. The silence of the observers in the 7th century speaks as loudly as the rhetoric of the 13th, proving that the legend belongs more to the season of polemic than to the reality of the conquest. Yet the legend persists because it answers a deep human appetite. For a disaster feels complete only when a single decision or a lone villain can be blamed. Other legends are kinder, telling of how Mark Antony gave the Library of Pergamum to Cleopatra as a wedding gift. 200,000 rolls changing hands so that a river of words might flow back to the Nile and refill what the harbor blaze had taken. This gesture pleases the heart, because it imagines a court that repairs with love what war has damaged, flattering Alexandria with a rival's tribute, and revealing that those who held the books were believed to hold the future. There are legends inside the walls as well, where the Panacas of Ptolemaic becomes in later retellings a lost key that would lead a reader straight to treasure. One imagines a set of tablets listing every lost play and every ancient treatise with notes on their origin, a prospect that fascinates any scholar who has ever searched a shelf for a title that should be there. The loss of these catalogs feels like the theft of a compass, leaving only fragments and citations to prove their magnificent scope and method. The city also gathered myths of secret rooms and hidden vaults, where visitors in late antiquity described underground passages beneath the royal quarter and the Serapeum. It was said that priests and librarians stored precious works in these dark spaces against times of trouble. And though archaeology in a living city is difficult, the discovery of magazines and service corridors keeps this hope alive. If the dry sands of Oxyrhynchus can yield the lost poems of Sappho, and the Nag Hammadi codices can appear from jars in a farmer's field, the mind wonders what might still lie beneath a street along the Canopic Way. The Lost Library has gathered a roll call of vanished works that now feel like characters in a cast, from the completed plays of Sophocles to the maps that sailors once used to navigate the Levant by night. The popular mind fixes upon a single great blaze and a shelf of unique masterpieces, curling to ash. But the reality is a slower erosion across the long turning of centuries. Ptolemaic acquisitions and Roman neglect alternated with the politics of the day, as Aurelian soldiers and Diocletian's siege finished what ruin had begun. The Serapeum stood as a final sanctuary until the age of Theodosius, when the precinct met the hammer of a new religious policy, leaving no final inventory to check against a fire report. There is a history of attrition that makes a single villain less convincing than a long and steady wind. Yet against this wind stand other narratives that treat the library as a seed rather than as a victim. The practice of Alexandria traveled far beyond its marble walls, as grammar and cataloging and the art of copying moved with exiles and students to Pergamum and Rome. Greek learning flowed into Syriac and then into Arabic during the magnificent translation movement of the early Abbasid age, where Baghdad's House of Wisdom acted as a new lighthouse for the world. Hunayn ibn Ishaq translated the works of Galen and Hippocrates, while Thabit ibn Qurra improved the texts of mathematics and astronomy in a way that a reader trained on Euclid would recognize at once. Ptolemy's star tables, known later as the Almagest, stood at the heart of a new science that reached from river to river, studied by scholars in Cairo and Damascus and Cordoba. When the Renaissance in Latin Europe sought the voice of antiquity, it often found it through these Arabic and Greek copies made in the intervening centuries. The child of the lost library thus taught distant schools how to care for words, just as the Jewish story of the Septuagint had once bridged the world of merchants and philosophers. Later generations turned the scene of 72 translators into a miracle of identical renderings, a legend that speaks to our deep faith in providence and the public work of translation. This Greek Bible gave later readers a reason to imagine that Alexandria held other missing books that could reconcile all traditions if only they were found again. Travelers in the later centuries added romance to their records, describing the solitary column on the Serapeum Hill that we call Pompey's Pillar, a survivor that invites the soul to imagine the lost halls around it. They told of curious machines in private houses made from ancient designs and praised teachers who wore plain cloaks in a city that had once dressed its scholars in the titles of priests. In these portraits, the library becomes a mood as much as a place, a way of measuring a city's greatness by the number of voices it can host within its embrace. Finally, the legend turns from culprits and treasures to a profound moral about the duties of a state that inherits the learning of the past. The story of Alexandria makes a case that is not subtle, proving that patronage and roofs and stipends matter, and that tolerance is the soil in which knowledge grows. Catalogues and bibliographers matter as much as poets and inventors, for a copyist at a well-lit table is a hero in the long war against forgetting. Myths sharpen this lesson with the image of a single flame, while history softens it by showing a long chain of choices, some generous and some careless, that led to the same end. The heart needs the image of the fire, but the mind needs to understand the ledger and the tax decree, and the workshop where the cedar oil ran low. The library lives in both these truths, for the most persuasive legend of all is that it never quite leaves us. It is there whenever a city funds a public school, and whenever a small archive posts its catalog online for a reader on another continent to find. It is the eternal heartbeat of our shared human memory. It is there when a teacher explains to a child that a good note in the margin is a gift to a future reader. Alexandria became both a cautionary tale about the pain of loss and a working plan for our survival, a double life that ensures its name remains the measure for our greatest ambitions. The ruins of Alexandria are silent, but its method kept speaking through the centuries, as what began as royal patronage in a port between lake and sea became the template for how civilizations rescue their own memory. The city taught all later ages that knowledge is a public work requiring money and space and rules, and that the best defense against the dark of loss is the multiplication of the light. The first heirs to this legacy stood closer than legend, sometimes allows, for long after the royal quarter fell. The Byzantine world maintained workshops where Greek texts were copied and glossed. Monks in Constantinople carried forward habits that any Alexandrian librarian would have recognized, from the lists of first lines to a deep suspicion of smooth stories and a preference for named sources. Grammar manuals descended from Dionysius. Thrax shaped the schooling of boys from Antioch to Trebizond, while the Imperial Library of Constantinople preserved the very bones of ancient science and literature. When fires eventually came to the Bosphorus, 1,000 quiet acts of copying had already prepared survivors in distant lands. Farther to the east, The translation movement of the early Abbasid age created a second Alexandria along the banks of the Tigris. At the court in Baghdad, scholars gathered under caliphs who believed that a city of books served both prestige and policy, translating medicine from Greek into Syriac and then into Arabic. Hunayn ibn Ishaq led a team that compared multiple versions of Galen to produce Arabic texts that were both faithful and clear, while Thabit ibn Qurra pushed the boundaries of number theory and astronomy. The Almagest entered the Arabic world as a working manual for astronomers who built observatories from Damascus to Samarkand, and geography gained a new map and a new earth. The habit of the catalogue traveled as well, as bibliographers in Baghdad and Cairo compiled lists of authors by subject and alphabet, echoing the judgments of Callimachus. What had once been royal policy on the Nile matured into a civic craft by the Tigris, while to the west, monastic Europe kept a different kind of faith with the Alexandrian idea. In scriptoria from Ireland to Italy, copyists wrote on parchment through winters long enough to test any vocation, as the codex replaced the roll, and margins became a space for readers to argue across the centuries. The decorative arts and the discipline of scholastic houses met in the labor of making a page that could be read by candlelight, and when the first great universities formed in Bologna and Paris and Oxford, they carried forward the Alexandrian belief that a city grows strong by making rooms for public questions. The chain of survival bent once more in Italy, where merchants and humanists of the 14th and 15th centuries searched the monastic libraries for ancient works that had fallen from use. Petrarch and his friends taught Europe to treat a manuscript as a ship returned from a long voyage, a living vessel of thought rather than a relic to be displayed and forgotten. A copy made in a quiet house could become the spark for a new republic of letters reaching from Florence to Bruges. When the printing press arrived in Mainz and then in Venice and Basel, the ancient craft of comparison found a powerful new tool. Printers hired scholars to collect multiple exemplars and annotate their choices in the margins, where the old signs of Alexandrian editors found new relatives in the manicules and pointing hands of the early printed page. Cataloging shifted from tablets and handwritten lists to printed inventories, allowing a scholar to request a title from a distant city and expect it to arrive at their door. By then, the intellectual DNA of Alexandria had become so ordinary that it vanished into the background of public life. City councils voted to fund schools, and donors built libraries, carving their names in stone above the doors. Librarians wrote rules for the care of bindings and the treatment of margins as a shared space rather than a private notebook. A new science of bibliography grew, first as a learned passion and then as a profession. While national libraries defined legal deposits, so a country's memory would no longer depend on mere chance. The classification systems of our modern age, giving numbers and subjects to shelves, are the direct kin of the Ptolemaics of Ptolemaic. Cart catalogs and digital databases have extended that ancient spirit into forms that are faster, but no different in essence. The sciences carried forward the most exacting portion of the Alexandrian legacy. Astronomers observing supernovae in China or Denmark wrote their notes into a tradition begun by Eratosthenes and Hipparchus. Physicians preparing anatomical atlases and mathematicians proving theorems do so, with a mental voice trained by Euclid. Everywhere a footnote appears, and everywhere a scholar refuses to accept a claim without a source, Alexandria nods in approval. There is also a legacy that cannot be shelved. The library remains a symbol that policymakers and ordinary citizens understand without reading a single line of Greek. It stands for the idea that the health of a city is measured by its books and its schools. It is invoked when a government funds a new public library, and when a class of third graders walks beneath a ceiling painted with the names of authors they have not yet read. It whispers to the cataloger who stays late to check a date, and to the teacher who tells a student that a careful citation is a civic act. It stands finally for humility, for the oldest school of schools closed its doors, and we have what we have only because copyists counted lines and readers believed a page was a promise. In Alexandria itself, the emblem has returned to stone. On the shore east of the old harbor, the modern Bibliotheca Alexandrina rises like a sun from the ground, its walls carved with scripts from every language and its reading room as wide as a plaza. It holds books and galleries, but more important than its holdings is its claim, a modern city's willingness to carry an old task, to gather, to teach, to digitize so that floods and fires cannot take everything at once, to host scholars and school children at the same tables, acting as a bridge between a magnificent past and a global public. The modern building in Alexandria is not the ancient library, but it serves as something far more useful to us than a restless ghost. It remains a living reminder that the only true answer to loss is the steady rhythm of work. The ultimate measure of an enduring legacy is found in what ordinary people do with it in their daily lives across the vast reaches of the world. A mother in Nairobi uses a digital catalog to help her child discover the names of ancient gods, while a student in Cairo reads a translation of Aristotle on a phone as the tram approaches. A curator in Alexandria uploads high-resolution images so a student in Buenos Aires can propose a better reading of a torn corner of papyrus. A librarian in Louisville argues that Sunday hours are a matter of public safety, citing the reading habits of teenagers as evidence. In each of these quiet acts, there is a resonant echo from a hall where scholars once argued over Homer beneath the shade of fig trees. Alexandria taught the world that a library is not a trophy to be guarded, but a system to be maintained for the sake of the future. It is a promise made by the living to the unborn that the record will be kept, and that errors will be corrected in the public light. This promise has survived across shifts in light and material, from oil lamps in a royal quarter to the winter sun in a quiet monastery. It has lived through Venetian printing presses, and now exists in the screens lit by diodes that we hold in our hands. The materials change, but the pledge remains immutable as we begin our search in the sand, and under the salt surf where the city keeps speaking. The story of the library survives not only in the prose of historians, but in a scatter of clues left by those who never expected to be ever read. It lives in shards of pottery, with ink-scratched accounts and tax receipts folded like birds, and tied with simple string. It breathes in the lost lecture halls, whose steps still hold the imprint of 1,000 sandals from an age long past. The afterlife of Alexandria is a living investigation conducted with cameras and notebooks, and the patience to let a small fact change a large story. On the hill of the Serpium, where a daughter library once held its treasures in cedar-lined cupboards, a single granite column remains as a survivor. It was crowned in late Roman honor, and misnamed for Pompey by later art. It stands as a sentinel over pavements worn smooth by time. Excavators found service corridors there, where porters once shouldered crates of books, and archaeologists traced galleries beneath today's apartments. Pieces of inscribed lintels turned up in garden walls where the stone had been reused as a sentence in a document that time tried to erase. Across the modern city at Com El Dika, a tidy miracle appeared within the soil as workmen uncovered rows of stepped auditoria made of brick and limestone. These teaching rooms stood side by side like a campus frozen in time during a midterm session centuries ago. These benches tell a truth that shadows every argument about the great library, because they show that when the royal quarter faltered, learning did not simply disappear. Learning moved to places like these to teach grammar and rhetoric and mathematics to students who kept the civic machine turning. These rooms still echo the imagined voice of a master reading Homer, and the soft scratch of a stylus on a wax tablet. As we walk toward the water, the investigation descends into the deep, where divers map columns by touch and light that fades to a murky green. The slow settling of the coastline has pulled the royal quarter and Cleopatra's palace on the island of Antehados beneath the waves. Here the sea protects the heavy stone that the fire could not reach as it guards a silent archive of granite and marble. Underwater archaeology has traced the strong quay walls and massive foundations, along with fragments of statuary that likely stood near the precincts where scholars once dined. This is not the library itself, but it is the city that made such a library possible through disciplined stonework and a causeway that held the tides in check. These structures were as important to the Musion as any catalogue because the harbor was the gate through which the world entered. Beyond the city, the desert does its own silent work of preservation in the dry dumps of an ordinary town called Oxyrhynchus. Out of broken baskets and long-dead courtyards have come the poems of Sappho and new scenes from Menander, along with school exercises where a teacher's correction is still visible in a firm hand. These were not pristine library copies, but evidence that the habit of multiplication reached deep into the heart of civic life. A book copied for a local reader might be discarded and buried, only to be read again 2,000 years later in a laboratory with good light. The desert acts as an accidental archivist, providing a counter-argument to the myth of total catastrophe by showing that when a central shelf vanished, other shelves elsewhere kept the words alive. Another branch of this hunt looks not for physical shelves, but for the methods of the mind. We know that Callimachus mapped literature because later authors cite his Pinakes as a standard. And we know of the fire in the days of Caesar because ancient writers draw that smoke across their own pages. We know the Serapeum fell beneath a crowd led by a bishop because voices from different faiths describe the same event with the same tragic notes. History may withhold the final floor plan or the final ledger, but it supplies converging lines of testimony that we must weigh in the public square. The hunt is also a linguistic relay where Greek science and letters entered Syriac monasteries along trade routes connecting Egypt with Mesopotamia. From there, translators in Baghdad turned medical and mathematical books into clear Arabic that invited further improvement and study. A physician in the House of Wisdom would compare multiple Greek exemplars with a Syriac version to produce an Arabic text that future doctors could truly trust. This was not mere nostalgia for a fallen city, but the continuation of an Alexandrian conviction that accuracy is a civic virtue. When Latin Europe went looking for Aristotle and Galen in the 12th century, it often did so by reading Arabic and translating those ideas once again. This chained custody is the true legacy, while modern tools now press even further into the secrets of the past. A charred roll from Herculaneum, buried by a volcano far from Egypt, can now be read without being unrolled by using subtle differences in density. Multispectral imaging pulls faded ink back into view on Egyptian papyri that human eyes had long ago given up on seeing. Digital databases now gather papyrus fragments and link them by hand and by script, so that scholars in different cities can reunite a torn document across continents. Catalogs that began on wax tablets and wooden boards now live in servers where a student can search for every witness to a passage in Herodotus with a single keystroke. They can ask to see the photograph of the oldest copy and find the answer to the oldest problem in Alexandria, which was how to find the right roll. The newest answer is to let a catalog speak with the speed of light. The myth of the city invites our imagination as much as it demands our proof, and a responsible account can make room for both. If we walk through the royal quarter in the mind, we can trace the morning of a day just before the purge under Lake Ptolemy. The librarians check the harbor list and see that a merchant from Rhodes has declared 3 sacks of books taken as security on a debt. These sacks are carried to a quiet copy room, where the lector clears his throat and the hands of the scribes begin to move. Down the hall, the class has met to hear a physician talk about the pulse and its many kinds, while in another court, a mathematician draws a right triangle in the sand. At noon, a courier arrives from Cyrene with a letter for a student, copied by a friend, and sealed with wax bearing questions about the length of the Nile in flood years. A prince of the court passes by with a retinue, and the scholars stand because the house still depends on the royal money. The afternoon is given to the steady work of comparison and the taking of notes. The evening brings a recital in the refectory where a visiting poet reads a few lines and answers questions from a grammarian who has been waiting to ask them for 3 years. Nothing in this imagined day contradicts what the evidence insists upon, and the speculative scene gives a body to the dry bones of receipts and decrees. There are still puzzles to solve, such as the exact location of the main halls within the Bruction, or how much of the collection had been dispersed by the time of Aurelian. We wonder what the catalog entries for Egyptian ritual texts look like when Greek librarians filed them beside the works of Homer. We ask if there were dedicated rooms for copies in Egyptian script, and if the priests from the countryside sat at those tables. Every answer demands our humility, because Alexandria was not a single building or a single moment, but a system stretched across streets and centuries. The moral dimension of the hunt belongs to our present day. The modern Bibliotheca Alexandrina stands near the old harbor as a statement that cities can choose memory as a matter of policy. Its reading room takes in the daylight like an amphitheater, and its walls wear scripts from many languages like a carved promise. It funds preservation and digitization not as luxuries, but as the minimum duty of a custodial city. The point is not to recreate an ancient glory, but to continue the work that made the ancient city useful to strangers. A librarian in Alexandria today makes the same vow that was made under Philadelphus to keep the record, and to make it findable for anyone who asks in good faith. There is romance in this, but there is also the stern arithmetic of survival. Papyrus rots and shells warp while storms take roofs, and politics can turn the learned into targets or bystanders. The only reliable defense is multiplication and dispersal, anchored by public catalogs and public funding. Alexandria learned this early when it sent copies abroad, and the world learned it again through monastic scriptoria and caliphal translation houses. The more copies that exist in more places, the less likely it is that any army or any accident can silence a voice forever. In the last chapter of the library is not a lament, but a field manual for us all. It tells every city that wishes to be more than a market to build rooms where the young can learn to read with care. It tells every government that schools and libraries and archives are not ornaments but infrastructure as vital as roads and clean water. It tells every reader that a neat note in the margin is not a private habit, but a public gift to the future. It tells every scholar that a clear citation is a form of gratitude toward those who came before. It tells every citizen that the price of memory is small compared with the heavy cost of forgetting. The city of Alexandria began in the sand, and it continues in the spirit of every hand that reaches for a book. The light of the lighthouse may be gone, but the light of the word remains as a guide through the long night, as our journey through the echoes of this ancient library reaches its final shore. The image left in our minds is not one of fire or a falling stone. The true legacy is the restless human spirit that refuses to let the light of knowledge fade into the dark. Alexandria taught us that words become immortal only when they are shared, and that the greatest sanctuary for wisdom is the care we give to one another. Now, As the city of the muses grows quiet, and the shadows of the past settle into a peaceful rest, feel the weight of this long history turning into a gentle embrace. Let the light of the Pharos guide your thoughts toward a calm and wordless sea, where every question finds its answer in the silence of sleep. The corridors of Alexandria are still, and the long war against forgetting has been won for tonight. Rest now in the sanctuary of this shared memory, and let the rhythm of the waves carry you into a deep and dreamless peace. Good night.